Hello, welcome back to more Coin Dozer, or Coin Pusher. So we gotta start calling it. I don't know what today's gonna have. I don't have any full languages yet to implement today. Polish is almost done. I think right now Chinese is being worked on, and obviously we'll get to those once we have all the strings for them, but we don't have any other languages with full strings like we did yesterday with Italian and Spanish. However, the good news is, thanks to the hard work of a couple people, I think that we've tracked down that bug that we had in UTrack with the gallery input and what might be the reproducible steps for it. So I'm going to see if I can reproduce that today and what I think might be the cause of the problem and get that cleaned up. Because a couple people had that issue while playtesting, and that's quite a common occurrence if that's the case. I thought it was a bit more rare than that, but apparently not. And I want to do some balancing too, since we had a playtester who beat the game in like 30 minutes, and I think that maybe the change to the table to add the cube made the game a little bit too easy. So I think I really just need to tune down some of the numbers that are being given with regards to coins, and it's mainly coins. I don't like the idea of the player just sitting there waiting for coins to generate, so I maybe went a little overboard with giving them coins. But first, I want to find this input problem. I think I know where to look. Hopefully. Hey Mosta. Hey Claremont. Have to get to bed. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm feeling good today. Good weather. 3 a.m. for you. Oh shit. So a potential reproducible step for this problem seems to potentially be if you get 2 coins at once for the gallery. I'm gonna see if that's true. And apparently the first game is okay. The second game after that, I don't know why the lighting looks so... Yeah, it's definitely okay right now. And I definitely need to increase I need to rebalance the gallery a bit, because I think these holes got a little bit smaller or something. Oh. Yeah, and it switches to capture permanently. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, I can reproduce it. I found the source of the problem. There's a few things we gotta do today. Okay, I know the source of this. I can get that fixed. Secondly, gallery shit moves too fast. Gallery shit has bad hitboxes. Rebalance economy a bit. Hey, Cultist Fox. Interesting. Okay. Well, I know the source of it. Get that fixed. I don't know why it's setting it like that. I think maybe... Oh, I'll just check. There's 2 problems. There's a problem with the string being set, and also a problem with the input, so that's 2 things. Well, I don't know why. I swear I set the string correctly on here. It should say play again if the player has a gallery token queue. I don't know why it's not. Hmm. Maybe it's because I force localized it, and what I need to do is just tell it not to be. And instead set it through here. Yeah. Like gallery tuckers moving too fast was intentional. A little bit. The holes used to be a lot bigger, so it was easier to click through it. And I think that the size of the items was a bit larger too. And when we changed it, I didn't go back and fix that. It shouldn't be impossible to get a perfect score, and it shouldn't be like hardcore to get a perfect score either. And it's not with gamepad, but it is with mouse and keyboard. Probably this. Okay, I can try that again. Input bug first, and then we can do the fixes. Also, it's in Italian. Why? Spanish? All these Latin languages, man, they all share like half the words together. Aren't words that end with like ION the same in like 10 different languages? Even Polish. Yeah, it's weird that that's not being... Huh. I'll just reset the string bindings or something, I guess, then. Hey, Lepus. We don't need to worry about actually getting this, but yeah, okay, that fixes the input problem. And then we can spawn our coins again. It's like just permanently in a different language. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay. That was on Unreal's side. That was not my bug. Thank God. Are we even running the setup widget when this opens up? Possible that we're not, but I could have sworn that we are. Check. I don't know if it's run in here. That's just for the time. It would be in the BP. Oh, rectangle lights are extremely expensive. Why are these here? Okay, I'm lighting later. Lighting after that. I don't know if rectangle lights got any cheaper with mega lights, but I do know that rectangle lights as a whole are relatively expensive. Look at the difference on that. That's like, and that's like 0.4 milliseconds to the render just for 2 rectangle lights. It's alright, you don't use Obsidian or Notion for your tasks, or Notepad is only for today. I just do Notepad for like the day, for daily stuff, for things like that. I use U-Track for tasks. I don't like Notion. Notion is kind of abysmal and paid for. I think Obsidian is better than Notion, but at the same time, I prefer something deeper, something more Jira-like. Yeah, Notepad. I once knew a lead programmer who literally keeps a running Notepad for literally everything he does. He just, okay, it's like a new day, he just types in all his new stuff, anything else he learns, and what else he does, and then new day, and he just repeats that over and over and over again. He showed me it was like, I don't know, like 24 megabytes long for a Notepad. Craziest dude ever. I miss him though. He was really fun to work with. He was also a very passionate individual about game dev and about gaming. But yes, you try to stay away from rectangle lights, especially with huge source sizes, because they are quite expensive as a whole. Those farts sounded more like an explosion. That's from a real video. Is this the one? I think this is the original video. Oh, that was a different one, but that... Exactly right. Yeah, it's still gold. I see one. Oh, okay. Let me fix this now. Are we actually running the... setup widget? We check on tick if it's finished, right? Yeah, we run setup widget. Weird, I don't know why those aren't... I'll just reset them. Gallery finish play again. Also, thank you, Lepus. Lepus was really awesome and tested our game on his or her 1070 at home, and the game was getting 70 FPS maxed on a GTX 1070, which is pretty great. That's unheard of for Unreal Engine games, right? That's with Lumen GI and Reflections at max, which is pretty cool. But it was using all the VRAM, which is of course kind of expected with with Lumen, so it's fine though. I wonder how much VRAM was it using without... Look at it, still says back to pusher. Why is it not updating this text? How weird. Or the 1080 was the big thing when I was in high school. The 1080. I only remember upgrading from my 670 to a 970 when Witcher 3 came out. And I had to convince my dad to help me pay for the 970. It was worth it though. I got to play Witcher 3 on max settings. With everything except like hair physics maxed. But it was nice. It's really fucking annoying. I don't know why it's not setting that text properly. It did this just fine at the ATM. Weird. Any Terraria fans in chat? Anybody like Terraria? There's a new mod that was announced relatively recently, or I don't think it was announced recently, but it is going to go into open beta soon, called Path of Terraria, which turns Terraria into an ARPG with even like a trade marketplace. It's pretty impressive. I haven't seen the trailer, but from what I read about it, it looks pretty impressive. Skill trees and shit. Itemization's got crafting and a mapping system. You don't get ARPGs? Yeah, we have a queue, so it should set it to play again. It's like it doesn't. Well, it says it set it to play again. Huh. Played PoE and was just me pressing a button over and over thoughtlessly. What build were you running? I've played PoE a little bit. Just a little bit. Got a little addicted to that one. Autistic role-playing game. Okay, that's pretty true. I can't even fault you for that one. Oh, there's specifically a set text on the UI nav component. Okay, let me try calling that instead. Maybe the other one doesn't work. In which case, I should also update the ATM minigame. Because it probably has that same problem. Oh no, it's just updating the text. Okay, so that one's probably okay. It's just the minigame here that has that. Yeah, I think PoE is really good for just sitting and watching stuff, or you know, like listening to an audiobook while playing. It's very mindless at a certain point, especially if you make a good build. And I think that's kind of one of the things that I like about it, is I can just mindlessly farm some shit. You know, maybe I have to turn my brain on a little bit if there's like a hard map or something that I have to engage in, but otherwise it's just map clear, and It's fun. I mean, also I think PoE just has such a huge variety of content that if you want something that is like really mindless and simple, just, you know, do mapping. If you want to think a little bit, you know, maybe do some Betrayal or some Delve League, and it really offers a lot of experiences for whatever you're looking for in that moment or in that play session. Thanks to, you know, having so many previous leagues that it had. Necromancer build is the most mindless. Run map, everything dies. You want to see my Necromancer build? Where the fuck is this one? Well, I'm gonna log in. I fixed the bug though. When in doubt, use the nav component set text and not the other one. Steam! Allow. That's me! Where's my Necromancer? Characters. Take a look at some of this shit that I have on here. Look at this helmet. I crafted that helmet myself, by the way. Elder Bone Helmet, plus 3 level to socket minion gems, 20 minion life, 18 minion damage, aspect of the avian. Minions have increased max life, increased damage, and nearby enemies take increased physical damage. And some strength and dex, because Necromancers are always strength and dex starved, right? I made this shield myself to 40 life, 170 maximum life, 6% increased maximum life, 84 life gained when you block, regenerate 1.62 of life per second, and then some fire res. That one's pretty nice. I got a headhunter, of course, because, you know, who the fuck doesn't, right? I don't use other people's builds. I make my own builds. I played for 4,000 hours. I should know how to make my own build. 10% increased max life, and then another 8% increased max life. I found that a long time ago. Kind of shit now, but not bad. And another 142 max life. This build, I think, has like 8,000 max life as a Necromancer. Pretty nice. But I don't really die. And then I have an old Convoking Wand. Failed the synthesis. It is what it is. This is the Elon Musk game? No, Elon Musk plays Diablo 4, which is significantly more casual and bland than PoE. I think he would like PoE 1 if he played it, but he started playing PoE 2, and that game is not very good in my opinion, so he never went and tried PoE 1. I also have my Legacy Quicksilver Flask with that 22% increased movement speed during effect. We like that one. That one's good. So yeah, I chill. I make a lot of money from trades because that's where I do most of my play stuff. I craft some things, trade, make a lot of money. How can you get more casual in this than Diablo 4? Let's assume that we fixed that. In PoE, PoE is the least casual of ARPGs out there, I would say. If I had to make a casual tier list, I think Grim Dawn and PoE would be on one end, and then you have like Torchlight, Diablo at the other end. I actually think Torchlight is more casual than Diablo, but I like Torchlight. Torchlight is more fun to me than Diablo. Pokemon requires more strategy? Yeah, it's not true. I don't know if you got to endgame mapping, but the campaign of PoE is not very difficult. But endgame mapping in PoE is pretty difficult. Especially if you juice up your maps. You need to min-max. I don't think you played very much if that's the case. Gallery shit moves too fast. That should be 2 O's. That's the important fix. I can lower those a little bit. That's easy to do. That's not the right data table. That's the right data table. A real man's game? I don't think you've ever seen Path of Building. If you want to play PoE, you have to learn this. And you have to learn how to use it well. I could lower these down. I could also just decrease or increase the length of the splines behind there, so that the player has more time to actually get to things. The only thing we need to make sure of is not to put the, we can't cross with the endpoints too much, because that, at the start of the game, it will spawn a little deletion box at the last spline point. We can try that. And I'm going to increase the scale of these a little bit too. You keep finding little things to add to your feedback site. That's a good thing. You should make a demo video and post about it in some game dev locations. And you'll probably get some interest from it. Let me see what the size of those looks like. They were getting deleted here. Gotta move this one. Or just do this. That'll solve that problem. Hmm. Yeah, let's try lowering these down to like 1750. This is easier. I'm okay with that. It should be very casual. We will lower the amounts that those give, though. Lower that to 375, 14, 42. Okay. Where do we check for the achievement? Over here. Yeah, bad hitboxes. We kind of fixed that. But I could add a little collider. I don't know, I feel like just increasing the size of it did fix it a bit. Maybe we're okay. I can increase the size of this too. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. It's old person mode. Okay, lowered that a little bit. I like to adjust the what the player starts with because I think that it's pretty easy to make money. Especially since all these coin stacks are too tall. Yeah, you can maintain a pretty consistent amount of coins. Okay, we have a 2 and 3. We have an 8. Let's try 8, 2, 9, 3. 9, 2, 3, 8. 3, 3, 2, 8, 9. There it is. Heard of that guy from How to Market Game? Do you think it's useful stuff? Yes, I do know how to market a game, and I think that almost everything that is posted there, and I only say that because I just haven't read everything that's posted there. Everything that I've seen posted there, let's put it that way, is pretty great and factual. I think it's good. I endorse it. Now I was gonna change how many coins. Maybe it has to do with like the gem collections. I mean, if you get an early collection of like the emeralds, it's pretty good. But you would have to get that. I don't know. You know what? What am I doing? Balancing the game from one Discord review. That's not the average. I should know better than that. What drive? That's the original. Okay, we will need to change that because that's the original. We were gonna have the Steam page in like, I don't know, hopefully a week or two. That's the Game Jam version of the game. Will be just a little significantly different than that. What's the demo on itch? We're gonna do well, there is no, well, maybe, I don't know. I'm just gonna throw the game on itch too. I'll release the game on itch and on Steam. Same content, same price. I'm curious how many downloads and views itch is gonna actually get for a game like this. I really don't think very many, but we'll see. Just help you find bugs. Well, I don't really have very many issues. We'll hold off on the economy rebounds. I'll push this to main, and then I will try to do some lighting fixes. Yeah, it kind of looks like poop, doesn't it? Did I just try to force TSR? Yeah, but TSR is expensive. I mean, granted, if Lepus could get 70 FPS on max with everything on a GTX 1070, I think I could probably force TSR, to be honest. Although I am very curious about VRAM usage. What do you use for version control in Unreal? I try to connect Git because I'm used to it, but with UE5 it works like ass. Learn Subversion instead. Subversion is okay. I use Plastic. Plastic is really nice and it has native integration. Memory used. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me what is being used for this game. Maybe the overlay can tell me. It says utilization. Kind of annoying. Plastic is not free. Plastic is free. Plastic is free up to a certain point. Depends on what you're making, but for most people, if you're just like a solo developer, it should be fine. 1 to 3 users and up to 5 gigabytes for free. They don't charge much after that. I think it's worth it. Of everything, because we used Subversion for Darkest Dungeon and that was okay, but that had its own problems. The nice thing was that that was self-hosted. Git has problems of its own too, but I think Plastic is just a nice middle ground, and it has really good diffing and merging tools. Just depends on what you're working with though. Binary files like US, it can still be a bit of a problem. But its branch explorer is pretty sweet. Very easy to make branches and to visualize all that. And switch between different repos. We'll leave it at the default settings that it has right now. Okay, let's push it to main. Fixed input bugs on gallery. And bugged tooltip or button text. Adjusted gain values from gallery. Good enough. Merge domain. We're gonna adopt Unreal in our 3D animation studio. We don't do games in Unreal. A couple in Unity. Oh, okay. Well, again, if we say plastic works pretty well with Teams, and it's worth paying for. Okay, let's see. Ideally, we want to get rid of these rectangle lights because the source is just going to be massive. Spotlights are a lot more performant than rectangle lights. We could try to use those if possible. Having the gallery be a little bit backlit is useful here. A random spotlight. Point light with length. Anytime you adjust source length, things can get a little bit pricey. I mean, we do have mega lights enabled, so having multiple point lights shouldn't be too much of a problem. But the rectangle lights will definitely be pricey, because I don't know if rectangle lights are part of... Well, they must be part of mega light. We have already mega lights, right? Yes. That was weird. Like, started off showing 8 milliseconds. Huh. That was weird. Can't explain that one. Okay. Yeah, we have like this blue light up here, so maybe just shining some blue light on the whole thing will be nice. We got too much eye adaptation here, though. Too much. Where are my coins? The adaptation speed is also really low. Oh, that's weird. Max EV was maxed? Okay, weird. And colleague argues with manager, but for once you're not involved. I almost always seem to be involved in arguments at one of the places I worked. Every time there's a problem with the game, it's always you mentioning it. I wonder if that's because other people don't want to come to you with problems about the game. They feel like they won't be listened to. I think they equated that, oh, the game must have problems because he's the one coming to us telling us about the problems, and not nobody else wants to talk to you about the problems because you dismiss them. And so they just don't find it worthwhile. Toxic positivity is what that really comes down to. They're visible. They're really fucking bright though. They are really, really bright. Also, it's saying that this one is going to be ignored. I thought mega lights got rid of that. I thought you could have overlapping point lights with mega lights. Am I crazy? Maybe there's still a limit on stationary lights? First thing on the Megalite stocks is learn to use this experimental feature, but use caution when shipping with it. And from a perspective, this scene is fine. That Megalites was not experimental anymore. Or maybe it is? I kind of thought that they pushed that to main, but yeah, they don't really warn about it. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? What are the default values for the exposure? I don't want to blow out this scene completely with its lighting. And I think that setting the EV to -10 was just way too harsh. Yeah, these keyboard keys are still just hard to fucking see. Something partly due to just this this spotlight that's right on them. Some light hitting that. I swear it's the spotlight. Maybe it just is the 2-point lights that are hitting it so much. Reginald Warwick. Oh, that's a name right there. Very fancy name. Hey, IGS Ghost. Happy Tuesday. I had to double check that it actually was Tuesday. Augustine Derumple. Wow. Challenging lighting environment, huh? A futuristic arcade. Yeah, I think it's just because it's all just so fucking dark. We want to avoid problems with lumen too, so ideally we should light the scene up a bit more than you would some dingy seedy bar or something. But if we light it up too much, then it loses some of its atmosphere, so we don't want to do it. I don't know. It's a challenge. Yeah, these are just not. You know what I would say? I would say if we inverted the colors on the ATM keyboard so it was white button, black text, I think it would be a hell of a lot more noticeable. Yeah, Lumen is a juggling act. It really is. It's a good way to put it. Lighting is hard. It just says 70 and 2. I thought we fixed that. Did I not? No, I did. Oops. That says we miss it big time. Yeah, and if you use certain materials, you're just gonna get horrible results with the lighting. Hmm. Let's do that. Let's lower the attenuation. We're using megalights, which should allow us to throw in more than an average amount of point lights, and it's not going to be too detrimental. I don't like the white lighting in here, though. Like the megalights, but 5.6 causes me issues. Oh, really? What's the issue with 5.6? Other than the invalid structure error bug that they still refuse to fix ever since like Unreal 4.0. Okay, maybe not that far back, but it is definitely since Unreal 4. I think that's broken some of my code, and I have no idea how much. It's not throwing error, just some stuff doesn't work. Ugh. Like C++ or Blueprint stuff? BP. Do you use structures by chance? I mean, who doesn't, right? There's because it's possible, there's a very sinister bug that Unreal refuses to fix where you will not get any errors, everything will appear fine, but the game won't work. And it has to do, if you load up your project and you check the output log, look for any red lines that talk about invalid structures. And it's very, very easy to reproduce. All you have to do is change a structure, save everything it tells you to save, and you've actually just broken your project. And fuck, dude, I just have so much PTSD talking about this because they don't ever fix this. It's so just fix the problem, Epic. But the solution to that is to go in and refresh all the nodes in the blueprints that it tells you there's invalid structure errors with. And in the future, when you change a structure, first thing you do is save everything. Change the structure, save only that, and then close the project. Don't save anything it tells you to save. And then reload the project, and you won't have the issue. Happened to Boom just yesterday, still fixing? Yeah, it's the one fix I found buried deep in an Epic forum, and you can avoid having the invalid structure errors. The structure is bugged out. I can't change it in project. It's in too many places. I think I can recreate the error. It's really it's so easy to fuck up. It's horrible. Usually doing that is enough to break it, although adding things, it's less likely to break. Changing things is very likely to break, especially if it's nested structures. Which I had a lot in my in my RPG game, of course. This game, not so much. That's... ignore red. I'd have to create it. How could I force it? Whatever. Like I said, if you want to avoid it, anytime you need to change a structure, and this is why people like Cuthbert will recommend making structures in C++ and not in blueprints, but either way, if you want to avoid it in blueprints, there's multiple reasons, by the way, for that, but if you want to avoid it, save everything. Change the structure, only the structure. Save only the structure when you're done changing it. Close the project, do not save anything it tells you. Reload the project, and you'll never have invalid structure problems again. And they just don't fix it. Change the add to my struct, it crashes the engine. I have to add in a separate project and bring the file in through File Explorer. Yeah, I think structures are really fucked up in blueprints. Enums too. No, enums aren't so bad, Casper, right? But for structures, you cannot access the. No, enums you also can't access in code, right? If you make them in blueprints, it will mess up all connections to the chain structure. It will. It would be so much easier to show through example. I don't know if I have any deep enough data structures in this to show it though. Maybe? Oh, yeah, I just created it. There it is. And the game will tell you none of this, but you will find bugs in the game that have no discernible reason for them occurring, and you won't hit any like breakpoints or issues with it. It'll just the game will be bugged, and you'll never be able to figure out why. And that's as easy it is to create. It's just like that. I just added a boolean. I didn't do anything. I just added a boolean. And now I've broken those, all 6 of these BPs in ways that the engine won't tell you. So I can tell you how to avoid this. We're gonna revert that, and I'll show you. Give me 1 sec. YouTube video time? I probably should make a YouTube video. It would take like 2 minutes to do. Avoid structs? No, you don't need to avoid structs. Okay, so we're... Okay, it's still there. Let me fix them. Shooting gallery. Okay, so if you have them, here's how you can fix it. Just do a quick copy of these, right? Throw them in Notepad or whatever, doesn't matter. Just so you have it available. And you're going to find all of the blueprints and specifically all the locations where it says there's a problem, right? Where it says unknown structure. We have it in function, nav keys. Best thing to do. Oh, this is ATM key. Hold on. Shooting gallery. Choose gallery. Setup. Select all. Right click. Refresh nodes. Those 2 are resolved. This one, shooting gallery, Uber graph, all 3 of these. Go to the event graph. Select everything. Right click. Refresh node. Compile, save, those 3 fixed. This one is in the keypad. Nav keys, select all, right click, refresh nodes, compile, save, done, fixed, close, reload, they're all gone. No more issues. To avoid that, let's say we wanted to go into our structure here and add in a boolean. Just make sure everything is saved. Add the boolean, save only that. Close, do not save. It might crash, fuck it. Tell it to go fuck itself, who cares? Promise it won't cause any problems. You're gonna reload the engine, you're gonna take a look at your output log, and there's no structure errors. That's just some input bullshit. And now you have your boolean. Dumb, isn't it? Seems like something that they could very easily fix. They don't fix it. Add a structure and play the game, then save. Whatever resolves the issue, it is what it is. But the most important thing is do not save the things it tells you to save. But if you're having weird issues and you don't know why, just double check your output log when you load up the engine and look for invalid structures. And the way to fix it is just to go into the offending blueprints, refresh the nodes, compile, save, you're good to go. I've never had issues with enums either, but structures, I had this issue for years. You know, and Colden Chronicles was a game with data structures that looked like, you know, arrays of custom structures within arrays of custom structures, very detailed. So if I had to modify even one small thing, you know, I would have this laundry list of custom blueprints and functions where I would have to go in and refresh the nodes literally every time that I made a change. It was horrendous. It was horrible. Play tries to compile the BPs the struct is in and crash. Yeah, this will help. So just anytime you need to make a change, usually I think it has to do primarily with structures within other structures, and it doesn't like propagate that info back properly. So just make the change, save, close, reload, no problems. Sounds like a very important bug. Why don't they fix it? I don't know why. I don't know, they're too busy, I don't know, adding in more things that kill performance. Okay, 5.6 was better. They fixed some of the performance problems. I'll concede on that. Hey, Kenji's. Father, I found you. Why did you leave to get the milk? My son. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the amount of light on the coin dozer here. A little bright, but okay. ATM. Main issues with the keyboard. I think we just need new materials on the keys. Very hard to see. Bartholomew Bartley. Nice name. You bought a WoW sub? You're complaining about PoE, but you bought a WoW sub? Sir, do you own a mirror? Why don't you go stand in front of it for a while? Take a good look. These are pretty sufficiently lit. They're much larger. I can add custom hitboxes if we want, but I think it's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. But I'll add a... Let me make a new card. And I fixed this. Finally found the other reason for that. Good to go. This game is actually really mainstream. Did build my first PC 10 years ago. Man, I remember building my first PC. I was so afraid that I would fuck something up. Thankfully I didn't. But it did take me a long time. Am I correct in saying to release a game on a console you have to be with an established publisher first, otherwise you can't, unlike Steam? It does depend. You will likely need access to a dev kit, if I'm not mistaken, for both PlayStation and Xbox. Switch will send you a dev kit. They're a little bit more lenient. Getting a dev kit from PlayStation or Microsoft, though, I think is pretty challenging, especially PlayStation. I forget about Xbox specifically. But you can find people who have dev kits and ask them for assistance. I think you can rent dev kits too in some cases, but... You know what? I think... No. I don't remember directly, but I think there's one of the consoles that you can turn into a dev kit. You can get dev kit. I think Microsoft is pretty lenient about sending out dev kits, but Sony is not really. Well, you can build the game, but you still have to test it, right? You have to get through certification, and certification is not... That's no laughing matter. Especially with Sony. Sony's certification is pretty challenging. Nintendo's easier. Nintendo is pretty easy for stuff. And what I really like about like the Steam Deck is that you can turn your Steam Deck into a dev kit, which is pretty cool. Makes stuff pretty easy. You just have to apply for it and have something for them to see. Okay, so that was the easy one. Sony is the annoying one. We had a PS5 dev kit that was pretty cool, pretty wild looking. Oh, Google doesn't load for me. Okay, I see. It's that time of day, huh? Okay, yeah, we gotta work on game audio. Okay. We'll try to break it up into, I think, table by table. So we'll start with the Dozer table. Worry only about that. I'm not going to worry about music. Music is going to be so easy to implement. I don't want to bog down with that at the moment. But I do think that getting the game audio for this is going to be a little bit challenging. A lot of concurrency settings we'll have to set up. Yeah, Steam's nice. Steam is nice, and you can turn any Steam Deck into a dev kit from what I know, so... As long as you have somebody with it, or, you know, you buy one, you don't have to do anything special with it. Steam good. Valve-based. UI audio I'll worry about separately too. Audio. Go for PC because there's a dozen places I can put my game up for sale. It's just easier. It'd be nice to have dev kits, yeah. I'll try to get a Switch one at some point. And I don't know how long it takes Valve to look through requests on Steam Decks, but I have requested one. I think AI can be good for education, I agree. As long as you don't let it replace your critical thinking. And I'm not saying that you are, but a lot of people do. Okay, these are pretty small in size. So I think realistically we should probably pull in as needed, and I'll have to clip some of these, I think. Good for the bumpers. Sound cue. Man, you'd be surprised how many people are not careful using AI, though. I mean, how many videos have we seen of people using AI as relationship companions? Holy shit. Letting it take the reins, yeah. Here's the thing, guys. You know the song Jesus Take the Wheel, right? I wanna read you some lyrics, okay? She was driving last Friday on her way to Cincinnati on a snow-white Christmas Eve, going home to see her mama and her daddy with the baby in the back seat. 50 miles to go. She was running low on faith and gasoline. It'd been a long, hard year. She had a lot on her mind, and she didn't pay attention. She was going way too fast. Before she knew it, she was spinning on a thin black sheet of glass. That's black ice. If you don't live in a place with like snow and ice and stuff, a very thin layer of ice on the road is almost like glass. It's hard to actually see, and it's called black ice. She saw both their lives flash before her eyes. She didn't even have time to cry. She was so scared. She threw her hands up in the air. Jesus, take the wheel. Take it from my hands. I can't do this on my own. I'm letting go. Don't let Jesus take the wheel with your AI education. Okay? Don't get in a car crash and throw your hands up and say, Jesus, take the wheel, while your kid is in the back seat of the car, okay? Grok, take the wheel. Fuck, that's pretty funny. Grok, Hillary, take the wheel and crash your ass. Am I tripping, or is it not? Or is it supposed to not rhyme? I mean, it's, I don't know. Women driver, am I right? I guess about post AI, so the look of it is an important thing for me. It's a post AI world, so it fits. Class. Sound effects. Concurrency settings. Well, we will need a concurrency setting for this, I think. I kind of forget how to set up concurrency settings, though. Was it me, officer? It's the channel owner's emos. I just find that song so fucking ridiculous. Jesus fucking wheel. Your kid is gonna die. Song really bothers you, don't it? Yeah, it does. I get the point of having faith, okay? I'm not denigrating it and being faithful, but this is the worst time to have faith. At least take the wheel and say, Jesus, please help me out of this. Don't throw your hands up and say, you know what? I don't fucking know how to drive. I'm just a woman. Jesus, you can do it, right? You're a man. I'm assuming that's what that means. I might be oversimplifying things. A few weeks ago, I thought about buying some beer. Found out it's $24 for a 6-pack. Say the only time I'll buy alcohol is when it's free, such as a gift. What beer are you buying that it's $24 for a 6-pack? Where are you getting your beer, sir? Pour me some artisanal piss beer. I mean, I like really good craft beer. Don't get me wrong. Craft beer is more expensive, but that's cheap apparently. You're in Australia, right? $15.50. You can get a 12-pack of Corona for that much in the US. Shit, even Blue Moon if you want something a little bit nicer. 12-pack for 17 bucks. I'm a whiskey guy, so I drink whiskey and beer. Depends on the beer though. I'm not a big fan of like lagers or IPAs. Depends on the lager though. Like I'll drink a Heineken if you give it to me. I'll drink. I think Corona's pretty tasty, especially with the lime. But I do prefer a nice wheat beer. Nice Weizen or Hefeweizen. Hey, beer loves Shandy. Fuck you, I'm not gay. I don't think it's gay to like Shandies or Radlers or cocktails. Dude, margaritas taste good. If it makes me gay to like margaritas or like a Cosmopolitan, fine, I'm gay then. And I'm gonna continue drinking my Cosmopolitan because it tastes good. Like some German beers. There's a really good German beer that I like. There was a, oh god, what's it called? Like Schufferhofer or something. Yeah, here it is. This one. I think that they have a really nice wheat beer and they do a really cool Radler with grapefruit. This is so goddamn drinkable on a hot summer day. It is insane. Pour me not just a pint of this, but literally pour me 1.5 liters, 2 liters of this. It's really nice too because it's only 2.5%, so you can just kind of like drink a shit ton of it and you won't get drunk. I don't like beer. They're in fact a lizard person. Have you tried like fruit beers or sour beers or dessert beers? The thing, yeah. You can get stuff like this. Or Radlers. Radlers are half beer and half juice. You get something like this, which is 80% of some like lemonade or something. Very nice. I like these a lot. They're really cheap to get. I can get these at my local store for like under $1 each. Also some sours. These are a lot of like craft beers, but these are tasty. Oh yeah, Kriek. Krieks are really great. This is this shouldn't be allowed to be made, to be honest. This is just like liquid cherry beer. And it's so fucking tasty. But it is a bit expensive. This is dangerous though. You can't taste any of the alcohol in it. Like beer with mayonnaise and garlic with a top of cinnamon. That's one way to put it. I hope it's not too loud. Might be a bit loud, but we do set the default sound effects to like half, so. Oh god. Well, that might be the most annoying fucking thing that I could ever implement. Play it again? Okay. That's one coin. I want you to know that's one coin. Yeah, that's good. You like that? You just want to hear this? Dude, I can't. I can't. It sounds like pachinko machine. Oh. You know what that's gonna sound like in the main menu? I just want you to... you hear the nice, relaxing Minecraft music? Is this what you want to chat? Yeah? Bro, I can't. I can't. Access none? Okay, I can fix that. Kinda weird. I can fix that. Oop. Oh, because we never set hit actor. That's why. It's weird. I don't remember changing that. Does the Spanish translation say grande instead of big? I think it does on the achievements, but it doesn't in the game. Well, it does if we ever reference big coins, I think. You know what? Let's check. You got me curious. Moneda grande. Big coin. It also reminded me that I need to fix the resizable window. There we go. Problem solved. I turned that on because I was like, oh, this looks nice. We probably want this. What if I limit it to 4? Is that any better? It's so fucking annoying. I can't have that in the game. I can't. I don't know what sound I should make, but it should not be that one. Or it should be way quieter or something. The worst. I feel like I'm getting waterboarded. God. Women complain about pregnancy giving them pain? Try hearing that sound for 2 minutes. It was a joke. I wonder if I can... Up a little bit here. I don't like this. I don't like it. Is it the pitch multiplier? Is that like... Is that making it more annoying than it should be? It's still pretty horrible. It's still pretty fucking horrible. We need a sound there. I just don't think it can be that sound. We need a sound. It's distracting, you know. It's just it's distracting. What is this box? I don't know. Put the I'm not putting the moan sound there. I'm not doing that. I don't think this was helping at all. The slap sound. I mean, like, 2 just doesn't sound like enough. At the same time, it's like if it doesn't play when you would expect it to, it almost feels uh, like random. Like it's just randomly playing the sounds while coins are dropping. It's so annoying that we can't do that. We can't put that in the game. It can't. Is there? Do I have anything less absurd? It doesn't sound like a pinball machine having a mental breakdown. We could try those. It can't be prevented. It literally anything I put there is gonna sound annoying. Just because of the frequency at which it hits. Maybe some super subtle like coin hit sound, maybe. Put your voice saying ah. Ah! Or the sniffa sound effect. They're good for when they're falling. We need one more of just like coin hitting. Mm-hmm. I'm so bad with sound. There's something on Pixabay that could be useful here. Coin. Coin received. Oh, that's perfect. That won't be annoying at all. Oh, yeah, I won't get in trouble for that one. I have use cases for those. It's not a bad one. I need more like a piece of metal, like a thud sound. Like a really just subtle thud sound that I can play at like low enough volume that it's not too annoying, or low enough. I don't know. Coin drop on grass. In what world do I need coin dropped on grass sounds? Oh yeah, here's my game about dropping coins on grass. Oh look, would you look at that? The perfect sound effect for me. No, I need like just like a very light thud. There's some crazy sound effects on here. Okay, hold on. Before the slide. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Dox me. Well, okay, let's try this. Download. Yeah, it could be, I think it could be done. Let's give it a shot. I think it's still going to be annoying. I don't think there's anything we can put in there that won't be annoying. Get down! It sounds like popcorn. It sounds like popcorn. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like I'm in Vietnam cooking popcorn with my boys while we step on booby traps set by farmers. I'm gonna be real. I hate it. I don't know if there's anything we can do with that. I don't know. Do you know Dewey's sound? Or I'll get a wave of the Ugandan guy saying, "Why are you gay?" And that'll just play every time. I think I'll just skip the bumper sounds because I don't know if there's any way that I can make this sound good without lowering the max count so low that it sounds random. I mean, this sounds like pop. I don't think that sounds any better than what we had before. Is this the first thing you want to hear when you load up the game? I mean, some people might say yes, but honestly, I think I would just turn off the game if this appeared. It was worth trying. I'll keep it here, just unhook it. Let's see if we can get the sounds actually hitting when the like coin drops on the table. God. Too many comments. Ethically buying a Chinese sweatshop worker for sound design. I don't have the money to hire a sound designer. I think what I might do is just because I still want like the sound for when the coin hits the table, which probably is not going to be that sound, by the way, but might be one of the other ones. Those suck. Those are usable. You won't have to pay him. One-time purchase from the owner. Make sure it's ethical, though. Is he organic? Is he an organic Chinese sweatshop worker? I could probably pull these first three. I think they're pretty good. And use them separately. How do I zoom in again? Control 1. Ah, yes. When I think about zooming into something, I think about pressing Control 1. Okay, let's export these multiple files, tracks. Fucking hate doing audio. I really hate it. What I'm going to try to do is detect when the coin hits the actual table component, like the slider, and just do a do once for that sound. That way it does it once. Kind of a weird way to do it, but I think it will work. Hits component. Component has tag. And this would be the coin pusher M. Let's tag that. I mean, it was probably testing hits anyway. I just hope this isn't too... Hope this isn't expensive. Coin hitting table. We'll do like a coin spawn sound effect too. I don't know if that'll work. I hear nothing. I hear absolutely nothing. Maybe it isn't generating hit events? No, it doesn't. I'm a little worried about turning that on. There's an alternate way that I could do it. But I don't want to think about that right now. I still hear nothing. I kept working a different game and now you're off me one. That one has been sidelined. That happened quite a while ago. We weren't able to attract enough attention from the publishers for that one. Yes, I haven't watched it. Yeah, you haven't watched it in a while. That is the bumper, right? Yahota Ron Torul, thank you for the follow. That is a name. Yeah, it's gonna look really weird for a second. If it's working. Component has to. I mean, I gave the tag the component. Hmm. That is weird. It's possible that this isn't generating hit events. That could be the reason. Hmm. I should clarify. We were able to attract publisher attention. They just didn't like that we didn't have a team already established. Was the specific criticism that we found. Collision enabled query and physics. Collision enabled query and physics. I see no reason why that shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, we talked to quite a few publishers and they liked the game, they liked the numbers, they liked everything. They liked us. They didn't like that we didn't have an established team. That was their risk assessment. I'm at least happy that I was able to budget correctly, though. What is this? Bucket middle collision? Fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. You can bring the project back sometime or shelf indefinitely. I mean, indefinitely could be for forever. It could be until the future. I think we need to have a couple key people in place before I feel confident pulling that out and making a leap for it. And that's primarily an experienced art director and a combat designer. And if we have those two people in place, then we can finish up the pre-production. I mean, the prototype is built, right? We have all the materials for it, so it really will save a lot of time if we do ever need to pull it out in the future. And I think the idea still has validity, and we did a lot of unknown testing for it. So I think we just need some people on board first for that. If I end up, working at another studio in the future too, I can always, if the team is right, then I can pitch that idea to the company and say, hey, look, I got documentation, I got the milestone plan, I got the budget, I've got the prototype. If we like the idea, let's make it. Is that the... Oh, it should be the other component. I wasn't paying attention. That was loud. Hmm. I know one of the issues. Hmm. I don't think this will solve it very well. Temporarily. Sounds delayed. I swear I got rid of the delay on these. Yeah, there's like no delay on these. Hmm. I need to test it in the main level. So delayed. Why? It's your nightmare. What could the reason for that? I mean, it didn't add like some white noise before those wave files, did it? I don't think it did. No, it didn't. Hmm. Curious. Breakpoint when it should start playing? No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Weird. Let me think. Let me think. Let me do one thing. That'll help solve one problem, especially when we just spawn the coin. We do that in the Dozer table. Where do we do that? Here we do it. You're on site? Where are you on site? Oh, I should use a BPI for that. Having issues with screen tearing? Turn on VSync. That's what I would do. Okay, where's my interface? Set spawn. TVs we imported only support 30? What do you work on again? TVs? You don't work in games, yeah? Somewhat? What does somewhat mean? You're working with TVs? Never known a game company to work with TVs. probably know a better place we could play that. Would it have to be once per actor? Bring back the pachinko sounds? Nobody wants the pachinko sounds. Hey, Game Over Goblin. How you doing, man? You want to do some bass to mouth? Don't like the delay on that. I know where I can put it though to potentially fix that a little bit. And I can just trim off like literally any white noise. I think there's still a little bit before those cues. Working on your main menu today for the game. Ooh, I like working on main menus. And a link. I do not know which window that's going to pop up on. I'll open it up in my Paul, that's right, your name is Paul. I always forget that. Game Over Goblin is a mouthful, you're a mouthful. What all the ladies say anyway. Yeah, I wish. One issue is going to be if those fall on another coin. I'm thinking we need another way to trigger that, and we can probably repurpose one of these volumes. This volume. I wonder if I could repurpose the actor removal script that I did from Into the Chasm here. How modular did I make that? I gotta check it. First time, so probably make tons of mistakes. Don't worry about like options stuff right now. You know, all you need is like start game and quit. Options menus can be a huge pain in the ass. Flowchart it? What, flowchart a main menu? What kind of main menus are you making that you need a flowchart for? Sounds a little overboard. Make it simple? Yeah, sounds like a good way to do it. Where did I put these? The bounce pads. Apply impulse. Add to impulsed actors. We do the clean every 10 seconds, I think, right? Or 5 seconds. Clean up map. Yeah, we could probably reuse that. Because it could hit that trigger box multiple times. Well, it's only on overlap. Really shouldn't. Depends on how deep that is into it. Just keep that open for now. I mean, it shouldn't poke out. We can just try putting it on overlap once. Multiplayer. Doing multiplayer for your first game? Well, have you ever done full cycle game development? Like from start to completion, pre-production to release, not at industry scale. What did you work on? On anything on Steam? The video you sent. I couldn't open it up on my phone. Yeah, I'll put it down there. Gothica? Anything else client side? You work at a studio or at like an outsourcing company? Figment. That's fun. Oh, it's for VR. Okay, I see. Old company. It's nice stuff. Other actor, get location. Can I VR sex the werewolf? I hope so. That could be weird. Good enough. I'm not gonna cry about it. I mean, I will cry about it, but not on stream. Nice coin sound effects, oddly soothing. You should have heard the one that was on the bumpers. Ooh, man, yeah, we're not doing that. No, we're not. No, we're not doing that. It's not happening. I'm not gonna add a new checkbox to the options menu for annoying bumper sound effects. Oh, I see, Trinammer. Wait, what you worked on? A lot of VR stuff, it looks like. VR and AR. And a couple of developers like that. I've never done any VR AR stuff personally. I've always tried to focus on the like mid to hardcore PC game market primarily. A little bit of console stuff. Well, oddly enough, I say that, but every single game I've worked on has been on console too. Not a big fan. Console cert is annoying as shit. I'll just leave that unhooked for now. We have to like mimic some of the sound effects, right? Because if we can't play like a million coin sliding sound effects down on the table itself. Detecting a slide is a little bit more challenging. I don't really want to have to turn on, you know, all these coins simulating hits or something, because that would just be obnoxious. You flagged your IP as suspicious. Testing like scrape. I mean, that's if we want scraping sounds. I mean, yeah, I could implement concurrency settings to limit the amount of sound effects playing at once for like scraping or coins bumping into each other. But then I'd have to test all the coins bumping into each other, which just seems like a massive amount of overhead if they're gonna be, you know, cut out anyway. It's just gonna bog the CPU, especially for the number of coins. Possible we could just ignore it and just do collection sound effects or sound effects when a coin, you know, falls. And that will be enough noises per second, let's say, that scraping sounds will be not missed. And I don't want to fuck around too much when our release date is less than a month. Going on Steam? Yeah, it's going on Steam. Yes, it is. Still waiting on quite a few languages, and then I need to do all the store page art. IGDB, I'm waiting to hear back if they're okay with. I don't know. I think IGDB is like run by like one moderator who checks all the games. It seems pretty wild. That's important for Twitch though. YouTube, it will handle it automatically. But I need this game on Steam, all store pages, 11 languages, simultaneous. That's important. And I'll have to get screenshots in every language too, but I'm just gonna do the trailer in English. Not gonna be anything special. Yeah, I'm handling the language via that system. Same with font switches, and we have gamepad support too. Nice. Why do some of these have 3 on them? I didn't notice that before. Oh, I think they just have some space above them. Oh no, not these ones. How much will the game be? Like $3. With a 20% discount on launch for, I think, 2 weeks? 1 week? 2 weeks? I'll buy 2 copies. I appreciate that. I'll give away copies too for people. We're not looking to like make a lot of money from this. We just want to make a little bit back from the investment, and you know, it's more polished than pretty much any other coin pusher game on the market. So we're hoping that that can influence people's decision. On top of as well, most coin pushers are more expensive than that. So we're trying to hit that market just right. Want to support you, it looks like a fun, relaxing game. I appreciate that. Should only take like an hour, 2 hours max to finish. Short little experience. Get it running on Android? I mean, probably not. It does run at a 1070 though, we did test that. On max settings, 1070, 70 FPS. I'm happy with that. That's with Lumen. Yeah, I'll just skip the coin scraping. We'll just do on collection. Although I don't think we have any coin volumes in the level. No, for some reason it was moved all over to here. Dozer table ref. That's not needed. It's in use? Yes, my favorite function, new function. Okay, on collection, let's see. Main menu, true, false. We could play it only on... Weird. Well, I'll only play the collection sound on the main game, but I think on the main menu we can play the sound of them falling. Just regardless. Even making when if it gets anywhere, I'll give you some keys because you generally help me reconfigure my mind when I felt lost. I appreciate that. You want to know what the hardest part about making a game is? It's finishing the game. Prototype, easy. Content, easy. Finishing the game, every time I've had to do it. Darkest Dungeon, hard. Grand Life, hard. Consistency, yeah, consistency is it's really hard to maintain consistency. What are sounds we can use for those collections? We had some. like these. That's too much. There we go. Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. I don't really listen to a whole bunch of like game dev stuff. If anything, it's like just like low-level GDC talks or some postmortems. I think I hear too many stories from my colleagues that I don't want to hear anymore from like podcasts and stuff. Hey Sophia, how are you? I'm pretty good. How are you? I have to do one thing a day moving forward. Yeah, that is important. Even if it's 1% better than the previous day. That is key. Why do you call me darling? Are you a beat producer? No, I'm a game designer. There's nobody else who's doing this, so I gotta do it. Someone has to. Might as well be me. Is it hard? That's what she said. You mean like a game designer? Or what? Slow dev is everything from musician to a programmer. This is true. I am what I must be. Oh, I re-imported? I didn't want to do that. I think you need to be creative and smart. I think you need to be very thick-headed and overly optimistic. And very stubborn. Coin falling. You. We'll just do a random on this as well. Video game storytelling? There was a book. I pick up a lot just by working in the industry. I used to, I don't know, I used to watch more like game dev, game design. I don't know, a lot of game design stuff is... Game design is not a settled science, and a lot of people will talk to you and treat it like it is a settled science. Here's how to design insert game here. There is no way to design a game properly. If there was, we would have already found it out, and we would be making perfect games. But that isn't ever the case. About the smart part, because I'm sure I don't fit that, but I am hard-headed and passionate, yeah. I hate, like, game design gurus, YouTube gurus about development. Only thing that's true in game design is making sure things feel right. House in modern times should have a bathroom and a kitchen, even if you're in war. I don't know. There's a lot of games that doesn't matter for, though. Even 10 times devs have misses after their hits. This is true. I don't know if we need concurrency settings on the coin falling. I might just skip that. What degree do you have? I have a middle school degree. I graduated middle school, but not high school, so. God, that looks ugly. Ugly spaghetti. I'm surprised we don't check for the actor actually being a collectible. Why not high school? Boring as shit. Moment I learned that I don't have to actually go when I'm 18. Greatest experience. Don't like it? No. That was horrible. Anybody like high school? Maybe if you're popular. But I mean... wasn't me. Hated high school, dropped out. Yeah, same thing. Fuck that shit. Didn't go to college. Waste of money. Waste of time. Going to school for lunch, eat, play basketball, then go home. I hated high school. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Where do you live? With my wife? Ireland. You think she's talking to you? I don't live in Ireland. Zimbabwe. Okay, we're gonna turn that down a little bit and maybe add some concurrency settings to that. Jesus Christ, yeah, that was a sound effect. Wait, did it play the whole thing? Are these not the right ones? Oh, these weren't the right ones, never mind. I know why I was fucking up. That was part of it. Can I have my credit card back? No, that's my credit card now. You manually cut your audio? If you just play a sound, it'll automatically cut it once it finishes the cue. I'm on, so the game will automatically start at 50%, so I'm trying to just normalize it within that 50%. That's why it might sound like a really, really quiet to you guys. I can always increase it though, just for the sake of testing. It didn't look like it worked. Is it because my master class is not actually pulling from... It should be. Maybe we should use our own audio classes. Maybe the engine ones are kind of shit. That would explain it. That would explain it. Yeah, I thought we had made our own, but we didn't. I'll just fix it. Source control is broken and driving me nuts. Sound class. Master. Sound class. Sound effects. Yarn, hopefully be back before you finish. Yeah, I should be on for another 4 hours-ish. Have a good one, man. Hey, Paul. Have you ever seen the movie called Paul with the alien and what was his name? This movie? It's a good movie. It's a pretty funny movie. Yeah, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. This wasn't part of their Cornetto trilogy though, like with Hot Fuzz, World's End, and the other one, the zombie one. God, I love their films. Was Paul part of the Cornetto trilogy? Shaun of the Dead. Didn't it have a Cornetto rapper in it? Did it? No, I don't think Paul had a Cornetto rapper in it. I bet most people don't know what I'm talking about. If you've ever seen Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, or at World's End, they're not supposed to be linked, but there's one link, and that's a Cornetto rapper appearing in each of them. So that's why it's called the Cornetto trilogy, kind of like the Dollars trilogy with Clint Eastwood. Not seen At World's End? I like At World's End. I think it's a little bit weaker than Shaun of the Dead or Hot Fuzz, but it's still really enjoyable. Okay, I gotta move these classes over then to. I gotta adjust my UI. Last name. Shouldn't need that. Wait, did they move this? I thought before in earlier Unreal Engines the children were before the master. Maybe I'm mistaken. Whatever. They were? Okay, I thought I was going crazy. I'm like, wait a second. You know the entire plot of Shaun of the Dead is told to you at the beginning of the movie? It's a good movie. I think Hot Fuzz is probably my favorite though, of the three. That movie's timeless. Okay, I don't think we make any class calls to that. Update volume, master, Music. Sound effects. Change option is separate. It might just work. I have to update the cues now. There we go. And then I plan on doing streaming for fun as a hobby. How hard is it to gain a few consistent viewers? 4 to 10 on Twitch. Depends on what you're doing. That was weird. I did not read what it was bitching at me about. Yeah, we'll do concurrency settings on that, and I don't know. This game is a lot harder to do the proper sound design for than I would have thought. There's always something like that in the game, though, right? Because I do not want to do constant hit tests for all the sounds here. It's just... that would not be good. Streaming game dev? Streaming game dev, I don't know, it's... don't expect money. I'll put it that way. It's not gonna happen. Ooh. We can ignore that. Okay, give me 1 second, I gotta go to the bathroom. Beer beat. Squeak. Yeah, dude, that door does fucking squeak. It's mainly for fun. I think it's worth it. So the main reason I stream game dev on Twitch is because it's very good for social accountability. I just have better work ethic than when I am working alone. I get distracted less. Been very good for that. Like, I can recommend it. But some days are better than others. You know, like right now we have, 17 viewers. That's about average for us. Some days we get up to like, 30, depends on what we're working on. Some days down to, below 10 just because, what I might be working on is boring. It might be a day that a lot of people don't have the time for. Tons of different factors. Best thing you can do is just not worry about number of viewers, in my opinion. Keep doing what you're doing and people will come. Coin falling concurrency. 16. Try 8. Prevent new. We can stop oldest. Try that. Minecraft, man, I miss Minecraft. I was showing an ARPG mod. Oh, that sounds pretty good. An ARPG mod for Terraria that's coming out. Sounds pretty violent with the coin falling, right? Like these I think are great. Okay. This is pretty violent though, isn't it? ARPG, yeah, an ARPG mod. It's called what was it? Path of Terraria. An ARPG Terraria experience. Progress through the game through questing and exploration, discover new towns to explore and help them rebuild, leveling and passive tree system. With randomized loot. And apparently they even have like a... It's closed beta right now, so there's only like 25 people playing, but it goes open beta soon. Yeah, we might watch the trailer in a bit, because I have to... we have to watch Battlefield 6 stuff that we were supposed to do yesterday. RuneScape? No, it's more like an ARPG, so like Path of Exile or Torchlight, I think was what was mentioned on the page. Yeah, PoE, Diablo, Last Epoch, Torchlight, they're trying to recreate some of that, so itemization, crafting, mob modifiers, item modifiers. Sounds pretty fun. We'll take a look at the video after we get some sound stuff done. And I might end up taking off a couple days this week too to do store page things for Steam and probably continue with some of the sound stuff off stream. I don't know. Haven't played either of them? Have you played any ARPG? Ever? I don't know. If you don't know if you've played an ARPG, then you probably haven't played an ARPG. It's a pretty big genre to miss. I mean, this is kind of mixed with a few of them, but like Titan Quest, which the second one has just come out on early access, which is pretty exciting. You obviously have PoE, Diablo, Lost Ark to a certain extent. You have Grim Dawn. That's a good one. I like the aesthetics of Grim Dawn. Played Oblivion. No, they're not. They're definitely not the same. You would know because you have like the health and mana bar at the bottom. You know, they kind of all do that, or the little globes. Surprised you didn't even play Torchlight. That's an old one, or even older. Man, I think true ARPG fans would probably know this one. Fate from back in the day, or even to some extent Darkstone, which is surprisingly on Steam. God, when did that come out? 1999. This was a fun game. Something with demons and portals. Wow, I'm pretty crazy running into somebody that hasn't played an ARPG. It's a fun genre. You like loot, progression, killing things, becoming powerful. Take a lot of time. It depends on which one you play. Like, if you wanted to see if you like the the premise, I think Torchlight is a great one to get, and it's usually pretty cheap. And to beat the main story and stuff, you're looking at like, 20 hours. I'm not a big fan of MMOs. Not anymore. Too much time. And you can usually grab like Torchlight 2 on Mega Dick Sale. Yeah, 80% off. $4. I mean, Path of Exile is also free to play. So I mean, if you really want to see if you like the general genre, PoE exists, but PoE is very much hardcore. This is kind of a Sweatlord spreadsheet game. Not at the beginning of the game, but once you get to like endgame and stuff. Do you remember what happened to popular MMOs, the OG Minecraft YouTuber? No. I did hear that Arcade Chronicles 2 is not an MMO though, but I don't know if that was true. Yeah, it's not. It says MMO. Did I go through the story and not have to worry about spreadsheets? Yeah, the main campaign of Path of Exile, which also has voice acting, which is pretty nice, is pretty interesting, and I don't know, it maybe takes like 20 hours to get through. 20 to 30. And you don't have to touch spreadsheets in the main story. Only once you get to like endgame. But a lot of ARPGs, the endgame is the like core where you're gonna spend most of your time. But for free to play, you don't need to spend any money in Path of Exile is a really top tier experience for a free to play game and an ARPG in general. First Baldur's Gate I didn't play a lot and hasn't aged well at all. I think the first Baldur's Gate has aged pretty well. And surprisingly, if you play it on the Nintendo Switch, like with the Enhanced Edition, it plays really well. I never would have thought it. That a CRPG on the Switch plays well. Yeah, there's an Enhanced Edition on the Switch, and it actually is really fun. Okay, we want to get different sounds for some of the collectibles here. What do we have? Okay. We can use some of those. I'm gonna spoil what Baldur's Gate 3 though, is I really like turn-based and by default it's not. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, pausable real time was kind of old school. I'm not a big fan of pausable real time in hindsight, but I enjoyed it at the time, especially with like Dragon Age Origins. But Baldur's Gate 3 is very much, it uses Pathfinder too. I don't like Pathfinder. I enjoy Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Pathfinder Kingmaker as games. I don't enjoy the Pathfinder system because it is just like, oh, a combat, let me buff myself before I go into combat with all my 10 spells. What are these? Oh. Some of these success sounds are pretty nice. And even the failure ones I think we could use. You get these made? The artist did. Should be in here. Make cues for this. Collectible. Gold bar cue. We'll set that up and then we'll just duplicate and change the wave file. Success. 1 is pretty loud. Point 4 should work. I can probably throw this in the collectible data table. Or we can just switch on collectible type. Might be the easiest to do. Realistically, these could just be 2D sounds, but whatever. Yeah, that should resolve it. I think Baldur's Gate 3 was fun. I think the story and the characters were kind of mid. And I'm not really happy with the wording of how complete the game was at launch versus how it actually was at launch. Especially the lack of epilogue at launch was... In their words, we didn't think players wanted an epilogue scene. You only just started Act 3? Jesus. I guess you don't get a lot of time to play, huh? I think that's the average experience though with it. Basically 0. I think they were banking on most people being like that because, you know, I played it on launch. I big dicked it, went through, got to, you know, Act 3, finished the game, did everything, 100% of the game, and it was after I think like 2 weeks of the game being out, so I experienced all of the Act 3 bugs, all of the missing story bits, all of the missing dialogue, companion dialogue. It was horrible. Act 3 was really, really not good at launch, and it's still kind of buggy and missing some things. But the missing epilogue was really the biggest gut punch. Like, the game just ends. After patch 8. Was that the one with the epilogue? I think the epilogue was okay with the new one, where you end up at like a little dinner party or something with him. It helped. It helped. Though I think that there were only maybe 3 or 4 characters with actual satisfying arcs to them. Oh, is patch 8 like the recent one? I haven't kept up with it. I beat the game 4 times, but nothing recently. The final patch. Oh, okay, yeah, patch 8 would have been the most recent. So pretty much everything I played was before any of the major patches. But for at least like the first 2 months, the patches actually broke more things than they fixed. And if your save was already fucked up, you couldn't really do much about it. I think Act 3 is mostly better now, but there's still quite a lot of issues. And really, it's just the main story and the characters in a lot of cases were just really lackluster. To me, this was like, Baby's first CRPG. This was really definitely aimed at like the normie crowd. And it hit the production value on the head. The voice acting is just amazing. And I really enjoy Larian's flair on the combat system. Always have. But it's like, eh. I look forward to mods. There's a really cool mod, I don't know if it's still around, but it turned the game into a roguelike game. So you enter different maps and the battles get progressively more difficult. But you get loot from the enemies and from the encounter. And you kind of continue forward, and there's some like small power-ups and shit you can buy. I thought it was pretty fun. I played Fallout London as well. I didn't beat it though. But it was pretty nice. Coin. Gold bar. Gonna bitch at me that those are invalid assets, but I just want to test the sound. Oh yeah, it's gonna play for any collectible. What if I should just move that? Then again, I'm curious if that gets hit for these as well. No, it doesn't. Those will need their own sounds as well. Always sound. Fuck sounds. Sometimes I forget adding a new thing to a system isn't going to be without any issues. Systems are hard. System design is very difficult. I mean, it sounds easy to design systems, but getting them to work together and communicate is a huge challenge. It's the reason why most people don't make systems-driven games. And if they do make systems, they make them very simple. That shit's tough. Kind of do want to put it there. Hmm. Let me try this. The overly compact blueprint nodes. You have all this space. Gotta use it. Reverse mapping instead of a direct one. Reverse mapping? You mean like a reverse loop? Or something else? That won't spawn the gold bar though. We need to collect the gold bar. Pretty fucking loud. It's not bad. It's not bad. I can just lower a little bit. There's a Bitcoin? That's right. I wish he made that much money from it. Yeah, the delay is weird. I'll just check the wave files and see if I did some poo-poo with them. I swear I got rid of pretty much all the white noise before them though. You know what? It must have been some other ones that I exported. And these ones do have the delay. Kind of weird though that you can hear like that 0.1 second. Not perfect. That is why you hire a sound designer. That's why when I budget my games, I budget for a sound designer, because I sure as hell don't want to do that. I have like a sound for a like cash register. What do we do for the like the credit card? Oh. A lot of roll of coins. Oh, there is one for the gold bar, that's right. A little bit too much in the distance though. Collectible. Poker chip. We'll just do one for all 4 poker chips. Thanks for the resub with Prime.
Blue Nightmare Gaming just subscribed. Special 5-month subiversary. Never felt so good.
Who put the Polish text-to-speech here? Who did that? Oh, that's right. Duh, that's Russian. Don't make that mistake, especially if you visit Poland. Oh boy, they will deport you. As if you had a JD Vance on your phone and visited the US. That's that version, but for Poland. How come do I never raid? Because I have a small bit of yogurt before my stream, and then I do 8 hours of stream. And so I am like dead tired and hungry, and I need to like run home and eat. Yeah, we can use the coin roll sound for the big coin rolls. Duplicate. I think the big coins could be nice for that too. But we don't differentiate, so we'd have to determine if the coin is a big coin. I guess I could do that. I think that would work. A coin ton of reverb. Raise don't take any time. Well, I do have to. I do feel like the level of need to talk with the person, and sometimes I don't have the time for that. It's just I'm not at home. I'm at an office, right? So I have to actually go home. If I was at home, it would be a bit easier because then I don't have to leave. Hey, Marty. Software and game dev, how many years has it been since I saw you plugging away at this? It has been a long time since I've been streaming software and game dev. That is for sure. Quite a few years. More than 2? No, it can't be more than. It was October. Almost 3 years. I think it was October 2022. You're allowed to stream at the office? Yes. Thankfully, the CEO is very kind. Because it's me. Me, and I rent a tiny little office room. Actually, not too tiny. How much is the office room? More than I make per month. I'll tell you that. Jesus, that's a lot. We can probably use that for both the regular and the big. Hogwarts Legacy. When would I ever say Hogwarts Legacy was bad, though? Only thing I didn't like were the fucking Merlin trials, and I thought the open world design was really boring. But I liked the game. Slytherin's storyline was good. Hufflepuff was going somewhere, but didn't really go too deep into it, sadly. Gryffindor's story was boring as shit. I'll say this though, Hogwarts Legacy still I think delved deeper into ethical problems than Baldur's Gate 3 did, which is like one of the biggest disappointments for me with Baldur's Gate 3's story is that at like no time does it really ever challenge you ethically or morally. I found Baldur's Gate 3 pretty shallow, yeah. Yeah. I felt it was a bit shallow. It had some really good parts, by the way. It had some really awesome parts. Like, there were super 10 out of 10 moments, and then quite a few 7 out of 10 moments, and then like 3 out of 10 moments. You can be evil in Baldur's Gate 3, sure. But some of it is slapstick evil, and your companions don't really challenge you on this. It's very much you are the main character, or they say you're the main character, but honestly I think Shadowheart and Lae'zel are actually more of main characters than Tav ever is. Any good like plastic collection sound? Plastic. People don't turn on you. No, it. If you want people to turn on you if you make bad decisions, you should play olds like Dragon Age, Origins. You could say to some extent Mass Effect, although that's, you know, very much kind of like linear, and Pathfinder. Owlcats games have done a great job with that. Yeah, but triggering a fireball, this isn't like a story-driven thing. This is just some system thing. So it doesn't have the same impact as you making an important decision. And there are a couple points with that, don't get me wrong, there are a couple points with that, but I think that ultimately it's very much everyone happy, do good things. Sure, you can be evil, but ultimately the game doesn't really push you down that unless you play like Dark Urge, which I've heard is actually better than if you play as Tav. And I think playing co-op, you actually get a worse experience than if you play solo in Baldur's Gate. By far. Loud. That was one of the biggest disappointing things to me was, especially in I think they kind of fucked up Paladins. Playing as Paladin was not very enjoyable in Baldur's Gate 3. At least the Paladin type that I played. I think if you do like Vengeance, it's much better. I did as Ancients. Ancients Paladin was not great. You like Days Gone story? God, I hated Days Gone. I thought the main character was really fucking annoying. Bard gets a lot of things. I think Monk, they really wanted people to play Monk in Baldur's Gate, and like every other amazing item you find is meant for Monk. I did my whole review on it. The game is like a 7 out of 10. Some characters are great. I think some have really good arcs. Some parts of the story were great, other parts were not, especially near the end. And the game never really forced me to think about things morally or ethically. Talos Principle made me think about things philosophically, morally, and ethically way deeper than Baldur's Gate 3 did. At no, I think there was only one point in Baldur's Gate 3 where I was like, oh damn, I don't know what choice to pick, because, you know, I had to fight with myself. I like that. I like when I have to do that. Why do you hate it? I really think that the main character in Days Gone is one of the most annoying main characters ever made. I think that the open world is very formulaic. The most interesting part is driving around and upgrading your bike, and that part is enjoyable, but bit of a snooze fest. Oops, credit card. This sounds kind of annoying too. Ghost of Tsushima was good. Ghost of Tsushima had a really good story. It was really funny for me watching people who don't know much about Japanese culture though playing it. And picking the ending that they thought was a good ending, but it was actually a really bad ending. That was pretty fun. You run out of coins? No, you can never run out of coins. The sound is out of sync, by the way. Not really, it isn't. Is it? Out of sync? Game? Oh, the game is. You're imagining that. When sound plays after the drop. Well, what sound do you think of dropping? We don't play a sound when the coin drops up here. I haven't added one yet. How deep are we gonna go with this one? I don't see it either. Ignore the physics, by the way. This happens in editor. It's not a lag spike. It's just something that happens in editor because the editor, when you are unfocused, will lower the FPS. It doesn't happen in game. It's the ground like 50 milliseconds after it plays, unless it's for something else. We'll check. Yeah, it's default Unreal behavior. It's scary if you don't know that it exists. It's scary. I wasn't recording audio. Give me a sec. Won't even do that. You can see the spike. It starts playing here. So I don't see it. I ain't seeing the problem. Favorite type of crash bugs? I hate crash bugs because I can't really I can't really debug that. My least favorite type of bugs are ones that I can't reproduce. Making the big bugs from game dev. I think he's taking a loan is what's happening. He's taking a mortgage. Who the fuck has enough money to buy a house outright? Unless they're rich. Dum. Let a man dream. I do want to play it in the main menu. I don't want to play some of the sounds in the main menu, but I do want to play others on the main. Maybe I should just pull that out of the volume. They're the ones that crash and can reproduce. Yeah, right. Do the pirate software thing, but actually work on my game or hire people. I would, let's not do the pirate software thing these days. With all the information that's come out about him, let's not do the pirate software thing. Here's the thing, though. I mean, you're not. I don't know how. I really don't know how pirate software got as big as he did. I think he just appealed to the normies who don't know anything about game dev by saying things that sound legitimate, but and on the surface are not necessarily wrong. But when you dig down deeper, they're not really great pieces of advice, or they're not realistic. Blew up with the normies in YouTube Shorts. You can see he was the perfect candidate for an industry plant. Maybe. I mean, even I'm usually like, I'll just show you how difficult it is to make it as. Oh, this is not. I'm literally in the top 1% of Twitch, and if you want to know how much the top 1% of Twitch makes, over the course of 30 days. I'm making like 30 cents an hour. That's pretty good, right? So I don't recommend going into this to make money. I don't do it for the money. I don't recommend doing it for the money, especially if you're in game dev, by the way. Barely anybody watches this category. Although I think because barely anybody watches this category, it's also harder to, or it's easier to compete. But that said, you're competing for like a tiny percentage. If you try to do game streaming, holy shit, that's never gonna happen. I think you can only really call yourself a game dev if you actually release your finished product. Well, I think there's a difference. I think you can call yourself a game dev if you work on games, but don't act like you know what you're talking about if you haven't released a game. Like I've never made, you know, I don't know, like some crazy dish, a beef Wellington. I'm not gonna go on YouTube and start making videos about how to make beef Wellingtons. I've never done it. And I haven't, even if I made it once, that doesn't mean that I'm some expert in making beef Wellingtons. So, I don't know. And that's the thing with, you know, like Pyro Software, is that he kind of just acted like he knew everything and never really qualified that with, I might be wrong, I might not know, this is limited experience. And most people don't want to hear that, right? They want you to be confident, but that's also, you know, it's kind of just a recipe for disaster. You know, he worked for Blizzard. Oh, I didn't know that, never heard it. I literally only watched like one of his YouTube shorts and I'm like, eh. And then never saw anything about him again. He can eat my entire ass. Couldn't be fired because his father was a director. Yeah, that shit happens. Game theory shit? What game theory shit? This is why, if by the way, if you guys want good videos, if you're like, this is limited because I think if you're already a designer, these sorts of videos are great. If you're trying to get into game design, it might not be great, but I really recommend a channel like Salt Factory. This man posts like literally hours-long videos about games, breaking them down in detail. This is a really great way to see somebody analyze it in depth and talk about how they felt with it. It's much better than some, I don't know, some 20-minute video about here's how you design a game properly from somebody who's never designed a game properly. Our software tried to cancel game theory. God. Well, I'm not gonna watch all 30 minutes of that. Give me the TLDR. His main audience is under 18, because if anyone can make it in game dev, it's people who do have time on their side without worrying about bills. Yeah, but making it into game dev is different than making it as a game dev. It's easy to make games to a certain extent, depending on the tools you use. It's nearly impossible to actually make a living off of making games. He wouldn't say something like that though, because he likes to gas up his audience. And I understand being optimistic, but at the same time we should be realistic too. I'm okay with saying, yeah, if you work really hard, you're gonna be able to make something. Without saying if you open an engine, the money's just going to fall in your pockets. He played Heartbound on stream, didn't like it. Didn't link it like anyone back in the day and claimed that they were stealing his content, comparing him to What? He played Heartbound on stream. Didn't link it. What do you mean link it? I don't know. It's taken a while to make, and I'll give you 3 guesses why. I have 0 guesses. I have 0 guesses why. Oh, link in the description? Well, you don't have to do that. There's no law or requirement. In fact, with YouTube, you don't need to do that, because when you play a game on YouTube, it will automatically categorize that as the game. It's right here. Actually, my first time ever clicking on a game. That's pretty cool, though. We need a credit card still, poker, platinum, chip, the crown, a coin gallery, coin. I get like a little shooting sound. Like pew pew. Like one of those really... Christ, my fucking upstairs neighbor is gonna... Speaking of shooting... It could work. Gross. We're just focusing on the Dozer table today too. I mean, there might be some use for this in... Oh my god, can you hear my fucking neighbors? They're just pounding. What are you doing? Can you just be calm? Oh my god. You know what I miss in the US? What I really miss is living in a house. for so many reasons, but one of the main reasons is that with very rare occasion will you hear your neighbors making noise. And half the people you seem to meet in Europe, half your neighbors will just make loud sounds without any consideration towards other people. And I don't mind if it's like a washing machine, right? Like something you can't anticipate, right? You can kind of hear it through the walls, whatever. You can't help it. But when you have like, I don't know, a kid running around pounding over and over and over again, or like throwing a ball against a wall, no thought, no consideration. I want to flatter a house. What do you think? I'm in game dev. How much money do you think I have? At least apartments are cheaper. Apartments are actually usually more expensive per square meter. You live in a cardboard box, exactly. If you love money, don't become a professional game dev. I'll tell you that. I actually kind of like that first one. Kind of fun. I have houses in Australia, but half of them are owned by Chinese retirees. Well, it's either that or some big corporation owns them. God forbid we fix the system, right? Fixing things. Government. Use Git soundly. Gold mine of sound effects. Yeah, I'll check it out actually. I downloaded it. How you doing, customer? Register account. Fucking UK keyboard. Email address is already in use. Your subscription has expired. You've been reverted to soundly free. Okay. Fine. Okay, I have it. You can cut music inside. I mean, Audacity is also pretty easy. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. Fuck it. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Big immigrant problem? Surely the government likes to give benefits to immigrants but prioritize them over natives. No, I don't think it's wrong to say that to complain that immigrants are receiving more, it's not inherently racist despite what some Twitter Karen is going to tell you. You could literally be a, you know, I don't know, a Japanese American and want to move back to Japan and you're considered an immigrant. Because you're an immigrant doesn't mean you're like of a different ethnicity. Usually it's culture. And I think it's fair to say that, you know, you see other people on the street who are technically citizens dying of like fentanyl and are given absolutely no help or housing. Meanwhile, somebody can just say, you know, illegally cross over a border and be given tons of support. That's not fair. And I want to see one person try to justify that. That's pretty nice, customer. I'm gonna need more sound effects, so we'll definitely take a look. Well, I mean, it's very obvious what they do. You know, the people that want to import them usually are being very kind to them because they know that if they can give them the rights to vote, that they will vote for the people that gave them all the nice. It's very, very obvious what they're doing. If there was a high likelihood that people who were homeless would go out and vote, and there was a significant enough population of them, you would start to see them doing something about homeless people and helping them. Which is really sad to think about, but that is the sad reality. They call it evil. It is evil. We've talked about it multiple times. At the end of the day, they're going to do what only what they want and need to do in order to get votes and power and money. That's it. I feel like we have a very far left government. We are becoming like the shithole that is England. I mean, every place has its problems, right? I think cities are also just a big issue in Western society. I like it. I'm gonna say it, I like it. I think the big issue is most of these people are voting on religious lines where they're told how to vote, at least in the UK. Well, I don't think religion is the only time where people vote how they're told to vote and support their party in a tribalistic way. If you move to the US, just don't move to a big city. Here's the thing. Go look at all of the news articles that are negative about the US. And of all the cities that get mentioned, cross those off of a map and then move to a place that isn't crossed off. That's how you do it. Like New York, okay, nope. Chicago, California, just cross all that off. And you're like, hey, I never hear anything bad about the Midwest. What are the prices like? Oh, prices are good. Oh, you get lots of land for it. Oh shit, you get a basement too. That's pretty good. Like, oh, I want to move to Wisconsin. I wonder what we have in Wisconsin. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms for $250,000. Looks pretty nice. Get a little patio. Ooh, you like that? Off the beaten path. I mean, you're in kind of a bit of nowhere land, though. It's not bad. Shit, look at this one for in Wausau. 240,000. For about 167 square meters of a house. And a 0.93 acre lot. Eh. How can you go wrong with that, right? And live inside Inuyasha. That's exactly it, yeah. A cute little house. You actually have a pretty nice little yard. It's a mostly flat yard. You could even do some landscaping to flatten it out if you really want to, but you could host parties back here. Okay, it's not so little. You have a little shed too. I think that might be the garage. Need a fence repair, but that's cheap. You can move back eventually. I don't know, maybe. If I can afford it. Unleash tens of chickens upon this yard. In Wausau. Not a bad place. Little neighborhood. A lot of parks and stuff next to you. I don't know which direction it was. Oh, this direction. Oh yeah, look at that. Is that a school? Might be. Dude, you live right across from a park and a school? Might be a slightly noisy street, but honestly, beggars can't be choosers, right? Yeah, you have an elementary school, middle school, and a high school, all within pretty decent walking distance. That's pretty fucking nice, actually. Even a nice front yard, too. Good driveway space. What'd I just walk into? Good question. Only I would be forced to drive everywhere. Growing up, I would walk over 6 miles a day, and that was just to see friends, to head to spots to hang out. I mean, it depends where you live. It really depends where you live. Did bro just... No, I don't live in Wausau. Yeah, I grew up in Wisconsin, but I didn't grow up near Wausau. I don't even know which county that's in. Oh, it's in Marathon County. Yeah, I nowhere near that. I'd have gone to some of the state parks before, though. I'm not sure. Looks kind of nice. Looks pretty chill. You ever hear about Wausau in the news? Of course you don't. That's the place to move to, is places like that. A pretty nice population too, 40,000. Were you looking? I was just looking at Random House. Yeah, I was just looking at Random House. We were talking about like where, if you had to move to the US, where to move to, and I just said don't move to any of the cities that you hear about in the news. Move to the places you never hear about. It's the place to loot. No, don't loot. You have the Wisconsin River going through too, so you have some good fishing. Like really, it's not a bad place to live. And you're pretty close to northern Wisconsin, so you have amazing fishing and hunting up here. You just drive south on I-39 to get to Stevens Point. Not too far away from the Wisconsin Dells. Go over to Green Bay. Not a bad place. You've never been fishing. Fishing is fun. I like fishing a lot. And hunting. Fishing is cheaper though, I'll tell you that. Still get like a credit card sound, platinum chip sound, crown sound. We'll use Cuthbert's recommendations, see if there's any like plastic. worry this might play pretty loudly though. Can I filter by like free? Oh, these are all free. I think like a cash register would be better. Should register ambient. Fishing and hunting together. Hunting, if I hunted anywhere, I'd go in the U.S. because the hunting culture is much better than in Poland. Fishing is great when you know good spots with lots of legal fish. Yeah. A good lake. A good lake on a beautiful day. You go out there, grab some beers, pack some sandwiches, take your buddy. Best shit ever. That could work. You said I could cut it up in here. Oh. Yeah, that's nice. I admit, I'm sold. Where did it go? What was it called again? That was it. Anyway, deer salt because it has deer in it, so it's better, right? Costs more, gotta be. Some places don't allow you to use salt licks. Though it depends, some places don't allow baiting, so you can't like put down food and bait the deer to come. It depends about probably both on state and maybe even county laws to some extent. Yeah, there's a lot with hunting. Some places don't allow you to do trapping. Some places only allow trapping during different seasons. Some places only allow you to trap small game but not large game. Some places don't allow you to use certain types of traps because they're considered inhumane versus others. Lots of laws on hunting. Oh shit, it's inhumane, they aren't human. Yeah, but there's... Let me show you some of the animal traps. See, these are live traps. These... I have seen, I have held, I have, like, set them up before. This is definitely 1000% not allowed for deer, I can tell you that. And it does matter. What are the Wisconsin hunting laws on live baiting? And trapping. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of concern for chronic wasting disease. This is true too. Nasty disease. You're not allowed to eat any of the meat you kill a deer that has CWD on it. Baiting and feeding deer is banned in counties where CWD has been detected in wild or farm-raised deer. Understandably, counties without CWD, maximum of 2 gallons of bait per 40 acres of contiguous land. Baiting sites must not be within 100 yards of another baiting site or within 50 yards of any trail, road, or campsite. Blah, blah, blah. EU AI. Well, here's the thing. Here's the awesome part about it. I have links to it. So it's like a better Google. Salt licks are considered bait under Wisconsin law if they contain any food or attraction materials, but not if they're just generally salt. Here, salt or mineral blocks. There we go. CWD concerns, of course, because it could spread it. Trapping, illegal. Landowners, families, or individuals may use live trapping with box traps to capture certain animals: beaver, rabbits, raccoons, woodchucks, or squirrels. Obviously not for deer. So yeah, it's just... This is one of those things that doesn't really exist in Poland for hunting culture and hunting laws, which makes it a lot more toxic, and it breeds a lot of really bad practices and misuse. But the US, and especially like big hunting areas with hunting culture, do a lot to ensure safety, humane hunting, making sure that populations are in control. Hunting is very, very important to the ecosystem and to maintain the proper balance of the animals within a region. So it's a ritual as much as it is a sport to some, as much as it is a conservation effort. You wouldn't think that killing animals is part of conservation, but it actually is. Oddly enough. Is human hunting illegal? I trust AI answers if I can look at the source and see if it's true or not. That's it. But also, I'm from Wisconsin. I have hunted in Wisconsin. I know those laws because I had to learn those laws in order to hunt. In order to hunt in Wisconsin, and this is probably true for other states, you have to take hunter safety, and hunter safety drills those laws and regulations into you. That's how you earn your hunter safety badge. And then can actually hunt. You can't just go down to Walmart and buy a gun. Just go hunting. Despite what Europeans might think. Some Europeans. Just don't take legal advice from AI? Oh yeah, I've seen people do that with like, hey, do I need a permit to visit this country? What's the word for it? Oh fuck, what's the word? A visa, yeah, like a visitor's visa. And they show like ChatGPT saying, no, you don't need a visitor's visa, and then they get denied entry because they needed it. No, you can go to Walmart and you can buy a gun, but it depends on states. Some states won't allow the sale of guns at Walmart. Some do. Some places you need to do mandatory waiting periods. Some places you have background checks. Well, you do background checks either way. And some places you need a parent or guardian there if you're under a certain age. It depends on what type. Blah, 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 blah. Every state's different. Some places won't allow you to buy handguns. Some places won't allow you to buy rifles. Some only of certain types. Oh, liquid or gas. What can we do for like a platinum chip? That's like a really good, and same with the crown. You do like some like, I don't know, like crowd cheering when you gain the crown. just a casual game, so doesn't have to be too crazy. 50 people. Fucking hate it. Friendship should be Mr. House. Kind of long though. I kind of want it to be shorter, but we could add like a fade out on it. God, what did you just send me, Kenji? Tell me this wasn't a documentary. The Hunt. Oh my god. Wait, should this be what we do? I don't even know what the fuck they're saying. How are you finding out? Those are long. I kind of want something shorter. That's perfect. I like that one. I approve. Need some NBA young boy. Did you guys hear what okay, this is really weird. I don't know why I thought of this, but did you see what Donald Trump said about Sydney Sweeney? The President of the United States tweeted the most gooner simp shit ever. Let me see. I'll see if I can find it. Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there. It's for American Eagle, and the jeans are flying off the shelves. Go get him, Sydney. On the other side of the ledger, Jaguar did a stupid and seriously woke advertisement that is a total disaster. The CEO just resigned in disgrace, and the company's in absolute turmoil. Who wants to buy a Jaguar after looking at that disgraceful ad? Shouldn't they have learned a lesson from Bud Light, which went woke and essentially destroyed in a short campaign the company? The market cap destruction has been unprecedented, with billions of dollars so foolishly lost. Or just look at woke singer Taylor Swift. Ever since I alerted the world as to what she was by saying on Truth that I can't stand her, hate, she was booed out of a Super Bowl and became no longer hot. The tide has seriously turned. Being woke is for losers. Being Republican is what you want to be. Thank you for your attention to this matter. No longer hot. Oh my god. Sometimes when I feel like I'm not smart, I read his messages. I realize, you know, I could be worse. With social nows or cookies, okay, fine. I mean, I need to be on a diet anyway, so. Well, how they've turned woke into such a broadly encompassing term is the silliest shit ever. Well, then they'll complain that they don't like being painted with broad brush strokes, but then they do it back. I mean, insert political party here, insert political party here. Oh wow, every single thing that you can say about one political party, you can say about the other. Who would have guessed it? I do, I'm just like, she released the hottest thing ever. Taylor Swift's no longer hot. I'll get these collectibles put in, and then we can watch. We have two things. I actually wanted to dive in and see what that Terraria ARPG mod looked like, so I'm gonna watch the video for that. And then we also were supposed to watch Battlefield 6 stuff, and we didn't. I promised that, but we didn't get to that, so that's what we'll do. I don't really know if I have anything amazing for like a platinum chip. What would we play for that? What if I just type in like success? Fight impact. These are all pro. Win. That's wind. Look at jingle. Green jingle logo. It's gonna be like really dumb. If you or a loved one is suffering from anal bleeding, that was loud. That was fucking loud. That was like victory. Victory chime. That's really long. What about this one? I hate it. I've never hated anything more in my life. Yeah, I kind of like it if we cut that up. Not like the worst thing in the world. Let's see. Who will be your next moderately attractive blonde songstress? Only time will tell. You know, I actually think that Taylor Swift. I don't know what she looks like now, but I know when she was younger, she looked really nice. I had a little bit of a crush on her when I was younger. She's still pretty attractive. I would say most people would say that she's attractive. I don't know what she did that was woke, though. What does it even mean? What the fuck? What does woke even mean these days? I think I stopped legitimately using the word woke probably about like 4 or 5 years ago. Something I don't like is my general idea on it. Sounds about right. So technically woke then is just a synonym of Nazi, of fascist. These are all synonyms nowadays, right? They changed Khan's voice actor to an actual Asian man. That's pretty woke. Ironically, the Asian man isn't from the right Asian country. Who's Khan? Which Khan? Huge cookie. I know you subbed to Lil Tay's OnlyFans. It's all just a bunch of Instagram pics. You're not missing anything. Friend told me. Still needs work. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow when I mentioned jokingly subbing to Lil Tay's OnlyFans. Huge cookie. Fake follow. Isn't she a kid? No, she's 18. I heard a whole bunch of people like complaining about it, so I saw a news article, and they described what the pictures were. I guess one of them paid for it, and it's literally just Instagram pictures. Like there's no nudity. It's just her in clothes, and she made like $1 million. Isn't that wild? Not the right sound. Wait, is it? Oh, it's for the chips. That is the right sound. Gem. Credit card. Actually, I can summon them from here. I love that. Platinum chip. She could be lying about the $1 million. This is true. You're right. It could be. Very easy to edit. Shots fired. Shots fired. She lies. I don't even know who she is. I just saw some woman mentioned on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, what's the story about this? Okay, sound volume is consistent, which is arguably the more important thing. Thought of the week. Yeah, that sounds accurate. Youngest YouTube flexer? Okay, well, what has she done? What has she accomplished in life? It's a start. I think that's a start. Here's what I'll do is this week, let me see my calendar. This is actually next week. It wasn't on the 14th, or was it the 12th? Oh, it is the 12th, okay. Yeah, I messed this up. I can probably get Polish tomorrow. My wife should finish up with the translations for that. I think... can I pull it up on this? I just don't want to dox anybody's email who might be working on it. I don't think Polish is finished yet. Almost done though. It's very close. Japanese hasn't been started yet. French is work in progress. Swedish hasn't started yet. That'll be on Rex. Spanish is finished and implemented. Russian isn't started just yet. Chinese is done, actually. Chinese is done. Korean is almost done. Very cool. Very, very cool. That's exciting. And those will be a little bit more challenging to implement because I have to implement a new font and font switch. But I have tested this before, and it worked pretty well. So it shouldn't be a big deal. What happens when you doze enough coins? Do you take a nap? Exactly. Got it. German is not started yet. And Italian is finished. Oh, Italian though, we did have one fixed string for the objective that I need to implement today. I almost forgot about that. Obiettivo. So what I might do is we can stream tomorrow, but Thursday and Friday I might take off to do off-stream development. Again. Sorry. This is gonna be pretty common. Right up until release, and release date is in September. So actually the day that goes live is 21st. No. Well, it'll be around this, because the sooner that we get the Steam pages live, the better. But 21st is when we have to have it live for a release date. But if it's one day sooner, the better, and any days prior to that, the better too. I'm gonna play Snake Eater? You don't think that's betrayal? What if I torrent it? How do you find translators? Fiverr? I found them on Game Dev Discord and from our own community. I was trying to stay away from Fiverr because I didn't know these people. And I couldn't trust if they for sure won't use AI. So, you know, I feel like the people that I found are very trustworthy with that and haven't used AI. But I have no way to prove that. I've just told them that I want to know AI usage and I'm willing to pay to make sure it's done legitimately. Holy shit, I have so much open. That's what we'll do. Edit. Tools, localization, check this out. That's not the string. Okay. That'll mean English, of course, is done. Italian and Spanish are done too. 3 out of 11. And then tomorrow we should have Chinese, Polish, hopefully. And what wasn't there another one that was done or near done? Korean potentially. And then I'll see about how the progress is going for the ones that haven't been started yet. Not kind of weird to remaster the third game in a story-heavy series while leaving out the others. It is weird. You know, I also find it pretty weird that like the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection includes the last game in the series and a spin-off game, and not the previous 3 games. And I don't think that they put the previous 3 games. No, the first 3 games are not even on PC. So it's like, Oh, I've been waiting for Uncharted on PC. Oh, I can play the last game in the series. Okay. Shout out to Sackboy, that was a good game. Good spin-off. I played a little bit of Metal Gear before 4, but I didn't really play any majorly until 4. Or until, yeah, a bit of 4, but then also Phantom Pain I went pretty big dick into. I really enjoy Phantom Pain. Really, really enjoy Phantom Pain. Those shouldn't bloat the game too much. So what we're looking at right now is probably under a gigabyte for the game or download. Actually, I think Steam just says it right. Where is it? Yeah, we're at 757 megabytes right now. I think that we're going to get to about 800 megabytes. And the game will run on max settings as long as you have above what we tested it on, which was a 1070 at 1080p. And that's 60 FPS. Which I think most people have better than a 1070. But even if you're running on something a little bit old, you can just bump down the global illumination and reflections, and you should definitely be able to play it on Potato PC. The first Unreal Engine game in history that runs on Potato PC. Not true. It's true enough. Phantom Pain was cool, but the fun wore off fast for me. I enjoyed Phantom Pain. Some good mods for it too. Okay, I will end the YouTube recording there, and if you're on Twitch, we will jump into. I don't know if I'll upload those to YouTube, but we will do. I want to check out Path of Terraria, so just the video explaining how it works, because I'm curious and I really like Terraria, and maybe if it's fun, we'll play it on stream a little bit, and then we can check out Battlefield 6 as well. And if we have any time left, we can do something. Sounds like a plan. All right, say bye-bye to YouTube. Bye, Mom.